Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to this Pxy-VERSE, and today we're gonna resume more of this new character Natashe Kacey, which is in the story of New Scene 5 that I'm making. That's a friend of Dorothy, her. So today we're gonna rush some meshes here. So I want to fix the meshes as much as possible, and we're gonna make some strategic reusing here of some that data, right? So for example, she's linked in this scene, so all this file I'm working with in Natashe blend file and whatever stuff, this is all in the asset library, in the same asset library here. So this means that, yeah, say I bring her from this, so they are in the same library asset library system, and this helps in making reusability of those features. So there are a lot of things to check, right? But we're gonna do step by step, right? So I already have the eyes surface, this object here, adapted to Natashe. The hair, we don't have the hair. I could start the hair, but I'm gonna start with these small things here, which are like the eye coins, the eyebrows, or probably the eye coins probably can just reuse. So what we need to do here, we're gonna pick the whole mesh here. We're gonna try to bring it to a position where it is aligned with the model sheet first of all. So should be somewhere like here. So I'm gonna make some rotation here. We see there are some intersections, but this is not a problem because this mesh uses a shrink wrap modifier. This is a technique that I was getting into with help with an artist in Blender forum named Magpie. So he proposed something like that, and then I worked on that idea. So thanks to this intervention, I was able to figure out this this particular technique. It's an eye coin, just as the ones that, like, similar to those that are used for avatars, right? Except that in this case, this is shrink wrapped to an eye surface, as you can see that eye surface there. So what I need to do here, I'm gonna just try to get it aligned. It's sort of more or less aligned there, okay? Then what we need to do, because it was duplicated, right, we can just get, okay, mirror modifier, okay, we see nothing here. So we have an armature object, but there's no target here, so we can delete or ignore this one for now. There's a solidify, we'll maintain the same, there's no vertex group, and we are gonna use actually we could use only rim. Yeah, it's likely more economical. So and then finally a subdivision. So all this is the same, but it's missing the shrink wrap. So probably here the shrink wrap. Let's go for the linked mesh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to enable all this stuff for now. Okay, it doesn't want to be, yeah, this is because of the linked override, so probably I need to do this individually. Let's try for the entire mesh collection. So we're gonna, you see, this seems to not have been linked override, so we're gonna library override, make selected dichotomy. Okay, now they are library overridden. Now I can probably do this. Okay, now I can access this, and the modifier that is missing, it is, oh, of course there's no shrink wrap modifier, because actually this is shrink wrapped through bones, and I don't have the bones now, so it will probably, we have to stick with this condition right now. That's okay, as long as it has, I won't change the scale, I won't change the material yet, so we're gonna just leave like this. So here we could have an armature modifier just for the sake of it, but we're gonna place it here and not enable it. Okay, just as here. Then what else? We have this thing. It has an armature modifier, but there is no target, and we disable. There's a subdivision surface modifier at level 2. That's the same. Let's see these properties here, if there's anything different. No, it's all the same. So looks like we have here a difference. We have a mirror. No, it's just the armature modifier subdivision. Yeah, that's nothing special. Okay. All right, so this is set. This is set. It's possible that their origins are not set properly. In this case, we just apply all transforms. Let's apply all transform for everything here. Okay. And we are going to need a few more objects here, but each of which is irrelevant. So we need to, let's make this so yeah, unselectable, right? Let's bring this collection to the top so it's easier to manage. Now another object here, this will be more time consuming, maybe not so much. We don't, it says need this one. So this one, does it need yes, this one uses shrink wrap. So there's a face ghost. We don't have that face ghost, so we're gonna make a face ghost here. It's not the moment, but why not? Let's just make it so that we can. So I can probably use this. Yes, I can use this, and that seems workable, right? I'm not sure if we use the bottom, but I'm gonna check here how that works for her. So let's click here. There is the ghost. Let's go on. Let's isolate. Let's see if it has any. Yeah, so it goes around the ear, but this is not really necessary. Apparently it does go below the chin, so for some reason I've decided to have this like that. Okay, so we can probably, this is what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna select a few more loops than that. We're gonna try to maybe bring this, then this, and I'm wondering what this is going, where this is going. Is it taking mesh of the ear? Apparently not. So we can take this for now. So looks like there's a hole there. No, this is the grease pencil fill. Okay, so we're gonna Shift D, P, separate that selection. So we're gonna make this already into a, collapse this. So here it's not dark. Let's change this thing. So this 0. I'm not even sure this is relevant right now for this naming because I have the collection, so let's call this just Natashe body, and this we're gonna Natashe muzzle ghost. Yeah, face ghost actually. It's not just for the universonic mouth, it's also for the eyebrows and brow rig and maybe some other features. So we're gonna move this to the new collection. So we're gonna click this, we're gonna add new collection. We're gonna use this white color for ghosts. So this is ghost. Move this here, then this one we're gonna relocate to just beyond the body here. So it's like okay, do we need to also we could call this proxy, like many backup mesh we can place here. Yeah, this might be a good idea. So utility stuff, right? Proxy sounds a generic classification for this kind of mesh. So proxy, here we're gonna adopt this change later, but here it was called ghost. Yeah, so I'm gonna change this to proxy. You know that I have some proxy meshes here for the body. I was using this for some other tricks that I don't remember right now what they do, so they could be here. That will be better. Alright, next we are going to I have to remake some geometry here, so I'm gonna pick these ones. So this is for the technique that I use for rigging the eyelids. So I'm gonna extrude this along the y-axis. We're gonna find the middle point there, look from front view, and we're gonna, yeah, temporarily let's hide this thing. We're going to, so you see this is behind, so you can use this to scale along the 3D cursor. We want to have an inclination, right, dipping down towards the center. We can smooth this. This is not required to be very precise, but we want it to be, yeah. So this mesh will follow the same waves, so they better be duplicated anyways. So what I'm going to do now is that, yeah, there's nothing else to do here except Ctrl-Alt left mouse button, and let's add 0.3 to this, and this I think they are already creased. Yeah, just this one weren't, so not that it's needed, but yeah, it should probably be better like that. Now, however, this have a problem. Of course, it's this mesh here has copied the mesh data from the eyelids, because they were extruded from these eyelids vertices, and hence they got not only the wave paint for deforms, which is good, so they deform alongside the eyelid, so it's like the wall will move like that. But more than that, these vertices here, they contain incorrect, they are part of the same mesh object, but they contain incorrect shrink wrap features, like for example shrink wrap eyelids. We select, you see, we don't want this edge ring to shrink wrap to the eyelids. We don't want it to be on this vertex group, so we're just gonna unlock, remove, and we're gonna lock again. And now if we select this, there is nothing there, but these new ones we also, yeah, so I have a new one, and right, another one It's already ready. Eyelids border, this is this wall here. This vertex is responsible for this wall. You can even bring them more to the back if we fear anything, but in principle this is good positioning right now. It shouldn't cause any trouble. But I have this specific one, which is just an extra feature, so we can do like guaranteed that they won't be that this mesh will stay behind the eye surface or eyeball. So we're gonna get, just to gain time here, I'm gonna pick this and this. We're gonna Control L, I think. No, it's Control C. This is the copy attributes extension. It's free. It's inbuilt in Blender. Just get it. Control C. Copy selected modifiers. And so I want to copy from the active to the passive object in the selection. I want the shrink wrap eyelids borders. And since we are with this already, we're gonna do all this. Shrink wrap Orbicularis Occuli. Yeah, I would like to simplify this, but for now I haven't found a way, so I'm gonna do this for now. Alright, of course now we need to fix those targets, right? So these eyelashes we don't have eyelashes yet, we're gonna make that. So we're not using this one yet. This is for the universal sonic mouth. So you see, this is the eyelids board. This is what I want. We're gonna update this to shrink wrap eyelids borders, and I think I haven't fixed that eyelids borders. Yeah, we need to decide which are. So we're gonna assign these ones, and now the object target is still from the original object. So we're gonna change this object target. We want the eye surface, these ones. And we will maintain this same data here, same as here. If the character design requires something different, then we're gonna change that. So what this is doing is that it will maintain, sustaining on real time this mesh always behind the, it's pushing it along behind the surface, alongside. So it's shrink wrapping behind, so this is why inside the back faces, right? So in this way, this mesh will always sustain a distance, a safe distance. This is already a safe distance, right? So we don't need this exaggeration thing. This mesh, eyes surface mesh object, don't deform in principle in this rig. It could. I'm investigating the possibility after I've seen what's the name of the guy? I don't know, a Spanish or not sure if from Spain, but maybe from somewhere in Latin America. Some guy which makes rigging tutorials on in Spanish. So he made a tutorial where he shows that we can have the whole eye moving, like the whole eye with its rig structure. That's interesting for cartoony rigs. I think that's pretty nice concept. I didn't know about that very well until he showed. So it's Aguilar, Jonas Aguilar. I even have the tutorial, the marked thing if you're interested. Let's see. His tutorials are long, usually, and very in-depth, very good quality. Maybe a bit too extensive, and sometimes the examples are not are maybe not very intuitive. They are more like theoretical, but that's okay. Otherwise, his demonstrations are particularly good when he does concrete demonstrations. So here, for example, it is the eye ball. I think this is it. Oops, got it wrong. Let's copy here again. Might be this. So it's just a quick demonstration to this channel here. One is Aguilar, not Aguilar. So this guy here has, this is my own stream. Let's start. Okay, then this. Okay, sorry folks. To be. I think he will show here how the rig works, and you see there's a shape key around the eye, so you can put the subtitles, right? So problem is that I don't know where he moves the whole eye. I thought that I would get immediately that, but it's somewhere around here. Let's make it fast. So right now he's doing the basic stuff, right? And then, okay, eyebrows and brow. So Orbicularis Occuli on the top, and apparently, okay, so I haven't seen it. Maybe it's before in the very beginning. Oh yeah, there we go. So this is very interesting. Wow. So I in order to do this in my rig, it's actually very simple. I would need to separate this, right? Otherwise it wouldn't be very. Yeah, no, we would have to separate this in two parts, because otherwise, or just, no, it's not needed. It would be wise, otherwise we might be moving, if we want to move the eye too much left, then the vertices will go crazy. Yeah, but we can, like, no affect vertex groups on this region, so, but that would be weird. So, or we could do something like the same mesh object but two eyes. Yeah, would work the same way. So yeah, so just split, so no mirror modifier there. So what we'll have is that we move this, and you see the eyelids, they keep, right? So this is bad in the side, so we need more shrink wrapping to do this. So this is very interesting, because then we can, yeah, the eye also would shrink wrap, so we could have, yeah, we need to also apply shrink wrapping to the other parts of the face, but with other ratios, and this can be a bit tricky. This is why I was having this larger advanced list of this shrink wrapping, because we need to do the shrink wrap like in reverse. I don't know how to tell it, because here the eyelids have full waves for shrink wrapping. Then if we get this one, then this one needs less than one. Yes, no, actually this would need, for example, this one would need even more than one, because it needs to be kept above. So this is where I don't know, because the shrink wrap modifier, no, what I'm talking about, this is not about influence, folks, this is about distance. So this is how to fix it. Of course, I was thinking, because even this modifier we can use the shrink wrap, the target vertex group, but actually, and of course the ratio is 0 to 1 per vertex. But if we if we can't be more than that, right, than 1. But if we can control the offset, so we do a positive offset, so this would have, this offset of the eyelid would be, as we not this one, but eyelids, okay, this offset will be this, the offset for this, it will just be the same, right, the same object modifier, but with a larger offset, and of course a different waves. So it's like just these ones, and for this one we get more waves. Or we, what I'm not sure is that can we play this by having less influence? I don't think so, because if we try to make a gradation of the waves here, like you see, I try to do something like this. I don't even know shrink-wrap forehead. That doesn't matter what is this. Shrink-wrap orbicular. You see, there's a gradation here. The problem is that I don't know yet if this. Oh, this is crap. Active 0 waves. So here, this strategy might not work very well, because I need to. There's a easy test that I might do here, because okay, these are there. This means that this will be pushed more on a certain offset in the same modifier, and this will be pushed less. This will be pushed more. So Shift X. This is oops, not this. This is Control X. Yeah, no, it's Shift X. So this is almost 1, this one is 1, this one is, yeah, this is the wrong, sorry. This one is 0.75, this one is 0.5, and the other 0, and this one is 1, yeah. So the problem is that maybe this, which has less, it might be overwhelmed. It might be not sufficient to get the. It might be clip with the eye if we move the eye too much. So this is what I can investigate right now and verify. So if we can do this that I tried to do there, and if that works smoothly, then we can maybe fix everything with just one object modifier here, one shrink wrap modifier. That will be great. But so to test this out, this proposition, I will what I'll do is that I'm going to, okay, let's save first. I want to bring the other that I missed on purpose, but now we want to do it again. We're gonna bring, I'm doing this step by step so it's clearer, even though boring and slower. Maybe not boring. So copy select modifier. So I want Shrinkwrap Orbicularis Occuli, which is the muscle fibers around the eye hole, right? Surrounding the eyes. Okay. We can also pick this one. Okay, we're gonna get everything done. And of course this is not working right now, so we're gonna just take this off, right? So this is the Shrinkwrap Orbicularis Occuli. So I'm gonna change the target. I'm gonna target this. Okay, you see that this is outside, so this is another trick. Oh, there's a reason why they can't be the same. Okay, because the eyelids mesh needs to be really snapped onto the eye, unless we want to be able to pull the eyelids above the eyeball, right? But no, I don't think so. So this is about the outside surface. If we do outside surface for Orbicularis Occuli, they might get immediately snapped to the. You see, I have the same vertex with the same name. So if I snap here, you see this is working. Something changed there. So I'm gonna just copy this. So what we can do as a test here is to go on wave pane mode for these eyelids. We see there's a problem here. It's locked, so I'm gonna unlock here. Yeah, there are some problems here. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's a mistake from other features. So I'm gonna just select all this, right? This is just a mask here. So we're gonna what's happening? Okay, this is the this is the wrong. I don't know which. Okay, there was a vertex group there which was suspicious. Yeah, I have no idea what that was, but there are more stuff here. Let's go all the. Okay, so this. Shrink-wrap eyelids, alright, so this is correct. Shrink-wrap eyelids border, shrink-wrap forehead. Okay, so nothing weird in principle. So go back here, and what we're gonna do here, okay, we're gonna take off some. We're gonna take off this selection here. First of all, we're gonna go back to wave pane mode. We're gonna turn all this into let's say 0.2, very low, because I want to see what. Oh, there's a problem there. This is also supposed to be, yeah. I'm gonna do the same, paint that. Alright, so what we got here is that now these eyelids should shrink wrap lesser to this. You see that it does, but you see this, what happens here? We don't have security. There's just no safety. We can pull or push, we can have, it follows to some extent, but it just doesn't work sufficiently. We would need to have full, I think. So this is the, and then of course, if I augmented this value, even if it's outside surface, right? It doesn't matter on surface. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be enough anyways. So, but it's different here for some reason, okay? Outside surface looks better anyways. Then, even if I augmented this, right? Okay, we have thicker eyelids, which is probably bad. The same effect, you see, there's a range that is safe, but at the cost of having more thickness. So this doesn't work, right? So it's not good. So we probably can't use this if we want total security. So I have to, yeah, I'm gonna bring this back, and we're gonna select again this by scene, and we're gonna go on wave paint mode, and we're going to maximize this and Ctrl X, so set wave back to this. So this technique, unfortunately, we cannot layer this with a single, unless there is a technique that, I don't know, stacking waves. I don't know how that would operate. So outside surface, the eyelids are completely snapped to the eyelids mesh, full waves on these vertices. Then we have so we could do this in order, but yeah, like let's which order, right? Maybe from inside to, or what it's more useful, right? Also here I've been putting this one particularly before the subdivision because of certain things, but these are some things that I need to have a final revision at some point. I see this one, the others are there, right? So I think I've been doing in order of importance, right? Many things will work, right? Anyways, so for example, I put so the mouth goes in the end, right? It's lower face, while the rest here is upper face. So eyelash push, yeah, because it's like the eyelash and the eyelids border, all these things, they protrude from the eye contour here, the inner borders of the eyelids, this edge ring here. So there's a non-manifold mesh, right? You know, select non-manifold, there we go. So this is no, there's no man. Oh yeah, this is okay, this is not what I mean. So what we want is actually, it's not done yet, so I need to extrude the eyelashes from here. So I'm gonna just do this, and we're gonna do this scale, I think. So this is my new technique, the anatomic eyelashes. So this is a very interesting technique. These characters' eyelashes are not so big, so this is not ultra important here, but we'll use nonetheless this technique because it will improve the eyelash deforms by nature. So spontaneous better deforms more on a regular geometry. So see, this is, I'll shape the character design of only the eyelashes through shape keys. That will be a constant anatomical shape key. So here the first thing that I need to do in order to solve that is define what is the eyelashes, what are the eyelashes meshes, and yeah, I think up until here could be nice, or there. No, here, just to be sure. So there will be a gap here. So you're gonna just am I selecting the right one? Oh yeah, this one. Okay, so we need to delete. So this is a non-manifold edge ring, because this plane goes there, this planes go, yeah, let's paste. This plane is the eyelids, top eyelid. This plane is the eyelid border, the wall, right? And this plane is the eyelash, which is extruding forward. So you have a triple jointed edge there, or vertex, and so this is a non-manifold. We're gonna select by trait non-manifold. You see that yeah, it selects not only the non-manifold here, but the extreme vertices which end up without connections. Yeah, well, for some reason. Anyways, I didn't know that, but okay, so we have, what I'm gonna do now is to make sure that we delete this one. Of course we can change the geometry of the eyelids. So as for this part, I think this is also, yeah, I think here we're also gonna delete according to the current model sheet. And this one probably, yeah, I don't feel like, yeah, we'll maintain this range here. Looks fair enough. If it goes dipping down like this doesn't look good. It will be very hard to deform. It will cause a lot of conflict. So we're gonna Control Alt left mouse button click again for the edge. We're gonna change this to Shift E 0.3. Alright, edge crease like the rest. Now this one was extruded, so it's kept the same as it was here. Alright, then I probably will have to, yeah, so here I have a little problem. The problem is that I don't know how to design this. I never made this character before, so I don't know I don't know the topology that, wait, this doesn't seem to have worked. Oh yeah, because I've just did for the other, it deselected. Alright, we needed to have this as a, oh no, it doesn't, yeah, Shift Control Alt, that's what missed. So Shift E 0.3, there we go. Now this is fixed. So we're gonna, first of all, gonna pick these ones. We are going to take these off from this vertex group, so it won't shrink wrap, right? We're gonna also add them to a special vertex group, which is be called Eyelashes. Both, yeah, we don't have, yeah, I'm gonna put them into this brush eyelashes, right? Alright, and then just so this I don't know why I have this one, but this is for the mask, yeah. So we're gonna assign this one here. Now this is the butt, right? So okay, so we're gonna select, we're gonna assign to the top already, then we're gonna remove for the butt, then we're gonna select here, yeah, this we're gonna remove. We want this one for the butt assigned. So let's check now. The top, I don't like they are inverted here. And that's okay. So this seems to be correct. Now, what I could do is try to shape this as already. It's complicated to be doing this right now because it's very easy to mess up the shape keys if I, yeah. But there's a technique that is about, probably you can, yeah, the propagate to shapes on selected regions can solve the messed up shape keys. If I change the topology, right, the shape keys might be disrupted on some on the regional location, some regions, but then what happens that often those regions are far apart from what the shape key is about. So anatomic, yeah, I don't have anatomic lips, but we're gonna create it anyways. Anatomic eyelashes. So we're gonna move this here. We're gonna anatomic, no, just anatomic. Then we don't need this. We're gonna lock just to make sure we aren't gonna distort that. We're gonna pick this, and here, so you just have to try to develop this in relation to the character design. So this pose, it's already convenient for the rest position, I guess, of the character, because it's already, yeah, differently from the case of Dorothy. So I probably can reuse this. I don't need to do something too different here, too crazy. So we're gonna have also let me do something here. So I'm gonna make some seams here. Not sure that I'm gonna use this for the UV unwrap. It's already UV unwrapped actually, but you're gonna mark these seams anyway, so you can easily. This is good because for now it's easy to select the right, easy to select these faces here, and I like to have it organized so it's a full encirclement of this mesh. So same for this one. Alright, so now we can. Okay, I didn't make any change here. So here is for the shape, and this will. We're gonna start pulling this. We need multiple view here. Views. I'm gonna pull this forward, up, and scale. We don't want this. We're gonna individual, something like that for now. GG. Yeah, for now, scale along the x-axis. That sounds good. Gonna do the same for this one. I hope this is the good selection. It's a bad selection. Alright, this one are the eyelashes. They're tips, right? They just have a single. So this is much simpler to rig when there's just a. Look at that. Looks like we could have this eyelash completed here. Okay, so I'm gonna extrude here and gonna complete here, because it looks like that we. So it's likely that this will be very small, but I think that will be good. So clear seam for this part. There's a problem with the. It's not a face yet, so gonna. Alright. So this is not solidified, so there's one side that is negative face, right? But that's okay. This usually doesn't cause any trouble. If it does, I can find another solution for that. So far it has never caused any trouble. So you need to be very careful with this, the joints there, the corners. So here probably what I will do is extrude a point here, right? Like this, so you can have like, let's see, subdivide, I think. Let's try this. And then we can just J here, Shift 0.3, GG, and so now we can play with this stuff here and try to get a good shape, right? This mesh is suffering because of the protrusion of the eyelids, right? So it's lagging behind, so you get this clipping. This is why we need to. This is why I came up to the idea of having these vertices here. Remember, it's still on the shape key. Need to be very attentive with that. I've made change to the. To the original mesh, so you have a problem here. Already, so I think this works. So for the, I just want to organize it Okay, so this one, when we are here, we want it to be strange vertex. Lonely vertex. It like seems to be, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, so maybe it is an extra one. Yeah, I don't know what happened. So already we got a problem here, so we're gonna do it from here then. So I have this, we're going to I tried to be economic, so I'm gonna extrude this GG, and then we're gonna subdivide this. Okay, I'm doing essentially the same thing, but from the basis, and hoping that this time this will work. Right, so we want to have these things sort of align with the it's a bottom eyelashes, so we want them to be a little pointing down downward, right? Same here, as you can. Now looks like we have wrong things here, right? This should be merged, I think. Okay, so you put this down, then GG, let's do this here. And this could be just like here, yeah. And because of the curvature of the eye surface, because these faces are just too elongated, so it's normal that it will be clipping in some crazy way, but that's fine. Now we go back to the anatomic clip. Now we're gonna try to anatomic eyelashes, right? We're gonna just try to get these things correct now. This one also might want to make something about it. GG, it's not working. GGC, no. GG. Okay, it's not working. So let's just use this. Okay, leave it for like this for now. Oh, I was moving the wrong one. Ah, that's why. Yeah, so no, okay, I don't see what's happening here. Okay, this goes to the front, then this one we want to move it. Yeah, so I need to reposition this on the basis. I hate this problem. So this is why I'm doing this, but to learn a little more. But in principle, shape keys is better to leave to the more to the end, right? So we can have a lot of issues having to handle this stuff, right? It's very, very tricky. You see here again we got a problem with So this one we don't touch, it's the eyelids. It's just okay. Now this one is just gonna just try to collapse there, and that's it. Now if this is correct, now this will be fine. Okay, fine for the most part, but designing, yeah, finishing designing this will be a little annoying, especially because it's a shape key. I'm doing it on the bases. Yeah, see how I was destroying the bases here. Maybe this thing is that it's confusing me. Yeah, bases. Alright, so maybe this is too dangerous in certain cases. That will maybe turning. I usually use this because I like, but apparently it's too easy to make a confusion in cases like this. So here is the anatomic. So we want this one to be a bit small. Then here it starts to grow. We can use the reference here, of course. So maybe it looks like, yeah, it looks like this, fine. But I think this part should be, yeah, so we can try this shape here. Yeah, good. So that's what I said, folks. I never did this particular one. Maybe here we could make a triangle. I don't know. Maybe this is gonna work anyways. I'm gonna try keep it simple. No need proportional editing here with this amount of geometry. We see that this goes much further away, so here we probably will require an extra. I'm gonna try changing these orientations. Alright, so we got this one, so this might be lower here, but and now there is, what is this one? Yeah, this is, I think it's the last one from the top. We said that they are all snapping. Why? Just because I badly positioned them. So GY. It's not because they are shrink wrapping or anything like that, but maybe I have to fix that also. I haven't touched too much the modifier itself. So here, what in this case would be fine would be to, yeah, we'll have to extrude maybe from here. I even see maybe we could make something funny here, like instead of one making like yeah, we could try maybe, no, not this, here doesn't work, so maybe just occurred to me this, so maybe we can do, So the best way actually would be to do this that I'm doing from the basis, and then just fixing, then just collapsing everything finally to the last, and then sort of re-inverting. It's a bit tricky, but that is easier to do. And so here we're gonna like make this, delete this face, and here yeah, maybe join at last, and maybe okay, let's try this one. So I have these 3 triangles, but for this mesh that should be nice. So I'm gonna do for all these ones Shift E 0.3, clear seam, and mark seam. There we go. Now I need to see how this mesh follows here. GG. It needs to follow the curvature, that's why we need this extra mesh sometimes. And this must be good enough not only for this but for other posing. So you need to find a positioning of these vertices, or a topology and a geometry that will get everything to work properly. So I think this might be a good candidate here. Sometimes here we could consider some this will have a subdivision surface modifier, so it will be smoothed out, but already if we just do a proper curvature here, we can solve a lot of problems. Alright, so I believe this should work, so here we go. And we need more than that. Now I'm gonna go back here, I'm gonna lock this. I'm gonna turn this. I'm gonna check if this thing is it's correct. Yeah, so here we might have a problem because I've made a lot of extra geometry here. Could be that this mesh is completely nuts here, like they are stacking. Yeah, they're very weird, but okay, now I think I understand. We just need to make some separations here. Yeah, I understand the geometry here. So basically we'll try to grab this and point this outwards. Just slightly. This part can be yeah, we can exaggerate a little. It doesn't need to be like totally collapsed, but just enough so that it will have will be very close to the original, to the eyelids, to the eye contour, yeah, which is the eyelids. Which is part of the eyelids meshes. naturally this edge loop here, it is eyelid and eyelashes, but the faces of the eyelashes are just these ones. So these are what I call the eyelashes, while these are actually, they are lashes too, but they are more, they are it's function more like the eyelids, so it cannot be called eyelashes technically. Now here I think I was moving the wrong one. It is this one that I wanted. Alright, now what I need to do is to pick the eyelashes push. So if I turn this off, in principle, I don't know what's happening there, something goes a bit wild. No, nothing goes wild, it's just clipping, because we don't have the subdivision surface, right? Looks like we have some problem with the this shouldn't be clipping here, but I think I know why. It's because this I didn't fix. This is still using, no, it's maximum. Yeah, maximum waves. So why this is not? Okay, these eyelids, the eyelids mesh are having some problem with, oh, the shrink wrap. Okay, just that. Okay, so you see, without the shrink wrap, the eyelashes mesh, they are fine, right, on this rest position. But as soon as I turn this off, they are overrun by the eyelids mesh. So this is why you need also some sort of eyelids, but eyelashes push is basically meaning that here we're gonna change this eyelashes push eyelashes, whatever this. So now maintain the same value. So basically what it means is that, oh yeah, I need to mention what they are. Wait. Something is, okay, we see it here. So if I turn this off, on and off, nothing happens. Okay. Let's see the values. Oh, the target is incorrect, of course. So it's this target. There we go. So now these eyelashes, they are also pushed, but they pushed outside. They are pushed outside, so it's not outside surface. So they are not snapping. They are free to move as long as they don't meet this distance from the eye, and we can probably put this before the subdivision also. Maybe this will be beneficial for the waves. Yeah, possibly. So here something that I'll have to investigate. Anyways. Alright, so and then of course with the anatomic eyelash we'll have this, which of course we need some more developments here. with these eyelash pushes and other change that I've made. It's probably better that I try to fix this from the... Yeah, you see that we don't have the shape that this was an illusion, right? We want actually to have this going to the... Here we probably will require some sort of extra mesh, right? Otherwise we don't have... Yeah, we can do something, but it's very easy to break the... Yeah, to have intersections, so this is sort of dangerous. We probably just need something like we had on the other side, so more geometry here. We need some additional, probably just here, right? The problem is that, yeah, as soon as I create this will create some chaos. But last time it sort of worked, so let's try to make this in a very organized way. I think I'm gonna make even a highlight for this, so I'm gonna call it surviving shape keys, editing while editing mesh topology, anatomic eyelashes shape key case. Okay, sorry for the long title. So basically here, folks, what we have is, let me explain the rig. Basically, this is what I call an anatomic shape key. The basis is this. So very regular geometry for the eyelashes meshes. Top eyelash, bottom eyelash. And this is the anatomic eyelashes shape key, which means that the character design for the eyelash is based on a shape key. It's not based on the rest position, the basis. That means that when even if the character has long, large, stylized eyelash like hers, of this character, the geometry for skinning purpose will deform. The skinning algorithm, skinning method, will recognize that this is the true mesh, the rest positions mesh for the eyelash, and not these ones, and not these ones, which will probably deform very weirdly. So with these waves, it's much easier to work with. I mean, with this, because they are very aligned with the eyelids, the eye contour here, which are part of the eyelids. Yeah, not sure if I made the right selection, but you got the idea, right? So then these eyelids here on the basis, they are they will inherit the true character design shapes from here. So we model the shape key to get reference from the, as we get reference from the model sheet, we can model this from the anatomic eyelash. But this can be complicated, and I'm attempting this right now, having problems, because sometimes, okay, for example here, I want to push this to the side to like have this kind of pinching of or extrusion there, and of course if we did a mesh on a mesh object, it's topology, right? We'll have some disruption of the shape keys. But here in this particular case, just found out that this there's an organized way to do this. I think it works. So I'm gonna try to reproduce this here. Basically, you see I am on the anatomic eyelash. It is maximized. Alright. I want to, I don't want to use this shape key edit mode. It was causing me some confusion. So I'm just leaving like that. Okay, maximum. So I'm going to, from the anatomic eyelashes, I'm going to edit the mesh topology. So what I want here is some sort of triangle like here. Just one should be fine. So I'm just gonna create a, we can just extrude, but I'm gonna try something. Yeah, I think extrusion should be fine. Let's try the extrusion. Yeah, and then we, with this edge, merge at center. There we go. Now this is lacking some mesh data, so in principle Shift E 0.3 edge creases, so it's the main crease that I'm using for most of the mesh. In principle all the mesh, except for some other features which are pointing here, I'm using vertex crease only, large vertex crease, and also for this bone, cheekbone, yeah. Before I'm using edge crease here, no, that's not good. That can cause some conflict then with mirror modifier and I know some other techniques like proxy mesh, ghost meshes, and target for shrink wrapping. All this. Okay, so here we're going to fix this positioning first. GY. So I have the, so I'm gonna, now I have more better conditions to get the shape that I want, because I have this extra geometry. This, yeah, we'll leave like that. Let's look from here. Maybe push this one a little to the front. Same here. Let's see on the side view. And yeah, maybe a little more to the front. GG. Let's try to. Right. That sounds nice. Yeah. And then finally, clear. No. Control E clear sim, and for this one Control E mark sim. So you have, just for organization, you have all this for bottom and top. So here probably I'll do the same for this one. So let's do the same technique. I'm gonna pull that to that direction. Right. The bottom eyelash, they are not so large. Yeah, I don't want to make extrusion from these vertices. It's complicated because it's the eyelids. Yeah, I've got problems with that. I think it's dangerous. I wasn't very lucky otherwise. So I'm gonna do from this. So extrude, merge at center. So that means that this collapses into a single vertex. So this vertex can be employed to, so we're gonna approximate here. We can do maybe something like here. I'm gonna GZ, so it's a very small sharp thing here. And yeah, this one is a bit too large, so this is annoying because I don't have enough space here. So maybe I could fix this by changing the position of this vertex. But no, this is actually not too complicated. Let's just use the snapping feature here. So snap to face project, include non-edited. This will snap to that eyeball or eye surface thing. So we're gonna do the same for trying just to get this thing a little more aligned. Here it's probably a bad idea, but to change this one, but I think it won't affect too much the character design. We'll make a less a revision in the end. So you're just gonna approximate here, and that will probably fix. So let's turn off this thing before we get some terrible oh, I'm doing this on the shape key. Okay, so then what we're gonna do, I think we're gonna use the reverse technique. So just with this selection, I want to have it's not propagate to shapes, which is dangerous. It is actually I'm not sure if I need to be here or here. It doesn't matter. We're gonna see. So I think it's vertex blend from. We're gonna try, right? Save. Blend from shape. So we want the basis. No. This little. Yeah, it's not this. It's the from the basis we want. Yeah, also this one. Yeah. Then I have to solve this on the basis. Okay. So we're gonna go on basis and vertex blend from shape, blend from anatomic. Okay. They have the snap things already. And just since I'm in the basis, let's just if this doesn't look too weird, yeah, it looks a bit weird, so I'm gonna just move it here. It's very unimportant, but just to keep this organized. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is that we return here. We can also here we're gonna vertex now from the basis, right? I'm gonna just propagate to shapes. Yeah, no, they are locked. Okay. Okay, so now all these are propagated. Okay. Now we are going to complete on the anatomic eyelashes. Looks like we have some problems with, yeah, we have to propagate this again. Good. So you see, we are just editing the eyelash. So now, oops, no, not Control Z. Alright, so now only the eyelashes, we are gonna back to edition. Fine. So very simple. Here we see that we have a problem with this upper cheek. We're gonna solve this in a moment. From the basis, of course. We're not gonna make this mistake again, so probably going to lock this to prevent any more mistakes. So here we're gonna just get this, and you see now it's probably is much easier to handle this mesh. Now we're gonna get these ones to shift 0.3, and we're gonna clear seam, same thing that we did before the top eyelash on this corner. So here we're gonna try to get something like this. GG, maybe that. Here we have more freedom now to move this one. Maybe this one yeah, it's still very complicated, so maybe a subdivision, I don't know. Yeah, it's very tricky with this kind of low poly in here, but with the subdivision maybe it works better. Yeah, whatever, we get something here. And now for the bases. So now this is the problem. The problem is that now these meshes, they are all collapsed. They they were created on top of the existing vertices, and for some reason it doesn't. They are stacking all together here. Well, they should be. So for example, where is this vertex here on the basis? Oh, it is there. Okay, so just have to bring them back to, yeah, of course this will disturb everything, so we need to our anatomic. So what I'm doing here is just grabbing this this position, trying to find where they are, and just try to get this thing in the closest position, but in an organized way. So you need to reorganize this mesh. So it's simple as that, and so this won't distort our final shape. Let's see, basis, yeah, so this one, probably here we want to do this. Did we get this one? Yeah, I believe we got this one. We got this one, although it could be, oops, it could be a bit more here, not too far though, just enough so that we can, yeah, that shouldn't distort too much. If it distorts too much, we can just reposition this, right? Now there's this one that I'm not sure. Yeah, this one seems to be a bit wrong, so no, it seems okay also. And then what about this one? Yeah, this one might be wrong. It's probably stacking. No, it is right there. Okay, so we can sort of, yeah, so for this seems to be sufficient. Alright, here we GY. Maybe it's going a bit too far, right? Anyways, we have some reference here to see what. Okay, let's leave like that. Now for the bottom one, it's the same idea, anatomic clip, going to base. You see everything is stacking. So let's try. Okay, I have this one. Where it is there. I'm gonna immediately make some changes here. Then we have this one. It is there on the base. You can, yeah, see another appeared right behind it. So this one will live very close here. And as for this one, we're gonna GG I'm gonna just do this, yeah. And maybe this push a little more. It's okay to have this little distance. This small change here are probably gonna disrupt a little our final shape. Let's see. So this is already the final shape. We can probably change this this face here. They are too big in front. Okay, let's save. So in principle we have fixed everything. Let's for these eyelashes regarding this. Now what I want is the base. Let's lock this. I'm not sure what's happening here. Some strange behavior. Not snapping. Possibly some sort of Shrinkwrapping or no, just distorted faces, very distorted faces. Okay, so I'm gonna try to smooth this out. They looking weird here. Ah, I think it's no, not. Okay, nothing here, it's just some... Oh, there are double mesh here. What is this? Okay, this is the face ghost, which we haven't completed yet, so probably gonna delete and remake this one. Yeah, gonna delete and remake this one. Okay, so but this was the idea, folks. So I'm gonna turn off the highlight star there. This is what we can do with shape keys. It's still complicated, right? And it's dangerous, but it's if we understand how it works, we can face it. It's not that it's not the end of the world. So it's very important to know these tricks, that we know what we can do in cases like this one. So possibly this is not looking good, right? So this is not part of the eyelids, so this is probably very advantageous. But let's try to prevent some clipping, right? So gonna try to organize this mesh a little more. What is that? No, this is the back of the head, doesn't matter. Yeah, so just moving this. Oh, we see here what's happening. There's just some mesh here which is very badly positioned, right? GG, let's try to... Yeah, these are not eyelids, they are just not having good positionings there. Something about the cheeks here, it's being very difficult for this particular character to fix this, but we're gonna try to solve this. So we want to have this kind of fall there, or stare thing, but it needs to be smoothed out. We don't want to smooth this face because it contains the eyelids, that is, which rest position it better be snapped to the... Yeah, so here the topology is not helping too much for this, because that part of the eyes are very different than Dorothy, so it's like we're having trouble with badly... Yeah, we'll have to... I still think we can use this topology here, but I'm just wary about, okay, in the end, will I still have a good possibility for a cheek here, upper cheek mesh, because with all these changes, sometimes from the front view the cheek can overlap with the eye, right? But yeah, so I think I just need to fix those. Some here is horrible, looks horrible at least, but something like that might be okay if we want to have the cheeks more appealing, right, as an anatomic feature. It could work more, of course, on the character smiles, for example. So we probably can at this point try to smooth, no, not this, not here. Yeah, I have some strange face loops there, so we're gonna just keep the ones that are simpler, like this one. This one shouldn't cause any trouble. Alright, so here we might be getting good positionings. here the bottom part is the most complicated because of the cheeks, the upper cheek. But I think we've got it, yeah. And so we have eyelashes, and the eyelashes have their own, unfortunately, yeah, and they're all from the base. This is why locking shape keys on earlier, new Blender versions, that's super fundamental for these workflows. Now we don't have the eyes here working because they need bones. The shrink wrap of these eye coins is made from bones, not from shrink wrap modifier. This technique is much better. And we don't shrink wrap in eyes like this that deepens too much with anyhow the snap mode must be not project, but actually just the basic one. Yeah, I don't have the bone here, but it's the simplest, the basic one. If we shrink wrap with bones using the project, that coin will distort a lot because it's projected on a plane, and if this thing has deepened, then this is not more a plane, it's considered like, well, it is a plane, but the eye will have huge distortions. If you have an eye, I tried other ways with that method, but it's very hard. We want then to use the, let's see if I can get, is the shrink wrap bone constraint. The same will happen with the shrink wrap modifier, but there's another reason why to use the shrink wrap bone constraint is that we can have a legion of mini deformed bones to control the overall shape of the, so it's nearest surface point instead of project. So this is why so the legion of mini deformed bones all around the right one in the center, in this is what I use, and some around here, not one for each vertex, but half of that, right? So plenty of this, and that would allow to shrink wrap the eye coins, and it will flow very well along the complex curvature of this eye, and it can start just like that, and that will be perfect. That is the, and it will, if the eyelids have enough thickness and this is not too thick, it will just never, yeah, it will clip but always behind the eyelid, so it will be like seamless. No problem with that kind of thing. It will be very, very good. Okay, very stable. Alright, right now we'll require the armature object to fix that. We're gonna go for another feature that are this one was probably one of the most complicated here to fix. Let's see, do we have, yeah, there's a Shrinkwrap Orbicularis Occuli, which let's see what it does. First, it's probably using the wrong target. No, it was used the right one. I'm leaving this the same. Let's see what is its vertex group. Oh, this one gets a lot of issues, right? No, I'm not even looking at it. Shift Control X, Shrinkwrap Orbicularis Occuli. Really? Yeah, this doesn't seem the correct technique. This sounds very crude. I wonder if this what I have had in her case. We can't see because it's linked. Okay, let's go on edit. I've saved. Take off the, yeah, using simplify here. So we want to check here the Orbicularis. No, this is the hit, it's not the right one. It's the shrink wrap, okay. Yeah, so I'm using that technique which I've already verified is not good. So we need to create one per layer of And of course, if we are doing to be ideal, right? Yeah. So I think we can build that on other character, and then I bring back to what I'm doing. Basically, I can just return here. This is the edit linked library extension. It's free, it's inbuilt. Alright, because this character is linked, rigged model is rigged, they put the rigged model into a collection, except from custom shapes. We don't need them in this linked collection, so we don't put this. It's just the armature and the meshes, and maybe curve objects, maybe if you're using some other techniques. Lattice object, yeah, probably this should come together, but not the custom shapes, the widgets. They can stay in the original file, they don't need to come together. And they still appear here, see? Not them, but their feature. Okay, the thing here is that I have to... Yeah, we're gonna build the technique here, so unfortunately this might mean more of this annoying so I'm gonna make like 1, 2, 3, right? So I'm gonna make like 1, this distance will have to be building, so we're gonna make like, we'll have to have many of this, right? So it will be super annoying. So what we want, but it's okay, precision is good. So we want this one. So first we're gonna Orbicularis Occuli 1. We're gonna turn this off. We're gonna see what this looks like. So we get all this, so we don't want to remove all that. We're gonna just pick that and assign to 1. And then we're gonna copy, duplicate. Oh, this is the heat. Okay, let's undo that. This is just a... Let's do a little more. Okay. This is a heat, it's not the right one. It's for management. So we want this one actually. Alright, you see that this is incorrect. Like, this will work, but it's, I know now this is not precise, so I would like to maybe do a highlight for that. Yeah, that sounds, it will be hard to explain all details, but I think we can. So Shrinkwrapping technique with Orbicularis Occuli mesh. What is for yeah, I think that's let's enable this star here. Hold on. Okay folks, so here is the thing. I was trying to make a setup here in which to be as simple as possible, in which ignore all this shrink wrap. So all that matters here basically is the shrink wrap eyelids and the shrink wrap Orbicularis Occuli. So basically it is still work in progress here. We're gonna show how this can work all together. So this one is just for the eyelids mesh. So you see they are positioning here the eyelids mesh right on top of the eye surface, snap to surface, right, on edit mode, face project, blah blah, include non-edited. So this will snap this eyelids mesh, not the eyelash, this is another story, but just that to be this verse to have full waves on the shrink wrap eyelids. There are full waves on the target, which is the eye, like this eye thing. Okay, so sometimes we need that to be a proxy mesh, like duplicated of that, but in a separate mesh object. In this case, the same. The eyeball or eye surface is the same that serves as a target for whichever thing we have here, including for these ice coins. Okay, so what we have here, sorry, let's go back here, is that, okay, this is outside surface on a certain distance, so that we can do this, right? Then targeting that object, right? Then we have another thing which is interesting, is that if I move here, let's move this to the front, you see the eyelids respect, mostly don't have the subdivision surface. Hold on. Okay, the eyelids respect for the yeah, it's very clean, right? No clipping, but the eye coins is not rigged yet. But you see that the Orbicularis Occuli muscles, all this flesh corresponding mesh around the eye hole, they don't respect the shrink wrap. They are not shrink wrapped actually. And with the additional shrink wrapping feature just for that same target, right? The eye, we can, the eyeball, we can have that mesh have similar pushing according to the certain distance. So if I enable this, let's reset this position. Okay, so you see that this is already working, but this might not be super accurate for one particular reason, which is that since it's we cannot have, so my current investigation, so already you see there's a big difference. This shrink wrap is outside surface, so it's exactly on outside surface of the eyeball, the eyelids mesh. But for the Orbicularis Occuli, we don't want these complex shapes of the upper face to be snapped anyhow, right, to the surface. No, we want outside. We want it to be free. We just don't want it to be clipping with the eyeball when in case we have this kind of transforms, right? And so for this, also this clipping may happen if we are deforming the face, right? Like deforming the forehead, whatever, the upper cheek and all that, shaping the eye for expressions. Then this face, this verts here, sometimes they go backwards, they might clip with the eye. So this is one reason that we want to protect from clipping on very exaggerated posing, right? So even if but moving the eyes, I didn't make this rig for this. This was usually static, but actually this can be fun. You see, we can have some effects. So this is if we have a good rig here for the Orbicularis Occuli, we can solve two problems at once. So here you see we have something that might work, but you see that probably could do better. And the reason why I wouldn't like to do this, but apparently the only way, or one way that I found that would work, is to have a layered shrink wrap modifiers here, not just one with a varied amount of waves. Let's see, Shift Control X, let's find the shrink wrap. So you see I'm using these waves here, but this is not very good, because actually what will be happening, I tried to mimic the setup in which, okay, these vertices here, so not pertaining to the eyelids mesh anymore, so this is just this Orbicularis Occuli region, right, or eye holes surrounding mesh. So this means that these vertices here, which contain Shift X, they contain waves of, let's say, 0.5 this contains 0.75 and this is full 1. So there's this gradation should probably contribute to do the effect that I want. So each one will respect this distance but based on their ratio of shrink wrapping. So this is not deformed stuff, this is just the modified stuff. So these ratios are just good for this object modifier, so far as I understand. However, this has a problem, and it's hard to explain and to understand, but maybe you can figure it out. So this is actually not very structured, because the ratio can only be from 0 to 1. We cannot have like, because ideally I would have 1 here, 1.2 here, 1 and I don't know 2 here, for example. So I can't find a way to do it the single vertex group. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create multiple of these ones, and we'll have actually a combined structure. So apparently it's just 3. Yeah, 3. So I'm gonna make actually Orbicularis Occuli 3, Orbicularis Occuli 2, and Orbicularis Occuli 1. So they're all the same except that we're gonna change their... Okay, this might be different. Yeah, we might change this and their target vertex groups. So I'm gonna start with the first one. So we need to also go on wave paint mode. We're gonna take this one already, we're gonna duplicate it, copy, duplicate here, and copy, duplicate this. We're gonna change already this to 1, this one we're gonna change to 2, and this one we're gonna change to 3. So now we are free to edit and mess up with those waves. So this one we want, select everything and remove. It's not locked, so we can just remove. Then this one is the first, so we're gonna assign full waves to this, correct? Then we pick the second. Now, so let's sort by name here already. Let's I like to do this, okay? Then we got this one. They have one is for the head, 2 is for torso, and so forth. So here we got this number here. Same for the deform here. Alright, anyways, then 1, 2, so 2. So already this let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got this, but it's all useless, so we're just gonna remove. And this will be the second layer, assign full, and then select all, remove. Then the third layer, which should be a bit more tricky, but nothing too complicated. Shift Control left mouse button, click here and assign full waves. Let's see. Yes. So this probably mimics what we had before, but better, because now we are going to create this target. So Orbicularis Occuli 1. So we're gonna already copy this, 2 and 3. They are not working, but we're gonna enable all of them all at once and see what happens. Well, nothing happens, but now if I get here, you see we can do this. So now I can decide which is the minimum for it to be. We want a protection, right? So here I can do something very arbitrary. So you see that it's probably starts. Oh, this is too much. Okay, I'll have to do it with the... Okay, so we want it to be static. Let's start offset of 0. it's outside, so it's not doing this, right? It's outside. If I turn it off, we don't see any change here apparently. Okay, because I have eyelash, let's do something. So I have this mask stuff. So just for this workflow here. Alright, then let's also hide this other linked reference here. Okay, then go back to this mesh. So we see that this is 0. As soon as I get here, get deformed. We don't want that because we don't want to change the rest pose. So we just want the minimum. Okay, this is too much. Let's try this. This might be, let's try halfway. This is already, it's okay a little, but if I can avoid, let's see if there's any, yeah, this is also changing, so this will be a little hard to find the, so let's try this. Okay, let's try 0 again, nothing changed, so this seems safe. Let's try a little more. Okay, and a little more maybe. So can't see anything. So apparently, as soon as you get 2, no, I was wrong. 3, yeah, okay, 3 we start to get something. All right, so let's maybe we leave this at 2 because it's easier to remember. Yeah, more organized. So this is, so that means that there will always be the same distance from, well, not the same distance, but you got the idea, right? So that is much more interesting because these mesh, they will maintain the structure, right? So now I can paste that, copy that, and maybe for this other one we're gonna start to see, so the second round there, second row, this is already too much, right? So we need, okay, let's paste this and let's see 0.1, this is too much, 0.05, 0.04, okay, nothing here to see, 0. Also, we must consider that maybe we would like to have these meshes, these edge rings, maybe we want to have them closer or lower, so we might, it's not like the basis, sometimes we can try to, yeah, you got the idea. So I'm doing in a more generic way, but maybe there'll be other things. So here we got some strange clipping that maybe it's just because we have 2 big faces there, but anyways, or maybe we could, from this we could maybe try to, no, this is not helping, so maybe here we could, I'm not sure this is a good idea. Yeah, I don't see that this doesn't seem to solve too much. So anyways, the fact that this is working to a certain extent. Oh, also subdivision, right? Alright, so this is a little better. We see that we are missing some protections. I think I've done. Okay, this is apparently not helpful. This helps. Another thing that could help is just to expand this shrink wrap eyelids. Like I have this value. Let's try this. No. Alright, so I'm suspecting that maybe I haven't painted those waves properly. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Yeah. Then I don't know, maybe I have not assigned them properly. 2, 1, no, they seem to be correct, and 3, yeah. Okay, so whatever, there are many ways to do it. I think it's just because the face, also we might not be doing this, right? This is good enough, right? Don't need to say that's very nice. Here we maybe with a few more augmentations there, or just maybe a few more subdivisions on the, yeah, whatever, on the eyelids mesh, and yeah, these faces are too big, you see, so probably a better distribution here would probably be welcomed. Anyways, maybe this we move a little more, so no problem moving these faces right now. Yeah, still confusing, but we got the idea. We can get this to work nonetheless. Okay, we see that there are many ways to get this thing. Yeah, these channels have made a lot of improvements. Alt G, Alt R, Alt S, just in case. So here we're going to get back to this system. So it's annoying because you have to have more of this, right? Okay, in this case they are after the subdivision surface modifier, which is not a bad idea. Right, just these ones for the eyelids, I decided to place it. Oh, I see. So maybe that's why this is happening. No, it was happening even without the subdivision. So no, it's not because of the subdivision being separating them. Although it could cause some variation. Let's see what happens. Nothing seems to happen here. Alright, so, and what about... Alright, so never mind. I don't see anything special. We are going to... yeah, let's get this. What one was missing, right? Alt G. The last one is this one. So this distance from this one was this. So probably want a larger distance here. So what about this one? This is too much. We see the forms there. Or we want all these verts to have one, no matter what. So we're gonna maintain this. You see, nothing changes. I'm gonna keep augmenting that. This already makes some change, so I don't like this. So this is a problem now. It's because this part, yeah. So what does that mean is that I won't be able to push this mesh too much in relation to this one, right? See, they are almost on the same level. We might see better on our cases. Yeah, so this is not perfect, right? This is because the side is very important and it's very close to the, so many reasons why I want this to be like that, so I'm not gonna touch that, but yeah, what we could do as an exception here, so maybe we could have these ones being part of the same vertex group of the two, right? Or we could make an exception here indeed, like for these ones, yeah, why not? Maybe we can do an exception here, so we could use the vertex selection mask, just press 2, and maybe here we can get instead of this wave we can get like 0.7, and so now let's see if that is causing, yeah, it's still causing some chance here, but it's very slight, it's not critical. Yeah, this is a bit too much, right? But maybe the character design, even we got it, we can expand a little more, right? This yeah, there's some space for this editing. And so that will help getting that mesh to be more already pushed, so a little further away from even here. We'll try to reposition some of these to favor that setup, so we are taking some. Alright, let's see now. Yeah, there's still a lot of this influence here, see, maybe less than before, but so basically it's this vertex, so if we make these curvatures here, yeah, okay, this is so subtle that it doesn't really matter anymore, right? So now it starts to get bad, right? If I start to distort too much. Okay, so we can keep this even though, so I can have a higher value there, or maybe reducing even more. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so here we could have more clipping, so this is a problem. I forgot that. Yeah, it's because this mesh object, yeah, so it's not so much for, it's more useful for other, but you see, this will be a reason to have one there. So let's go back here. And let's paint this solid. So you see, this will actually help a little more to prevent clipping, right? So this is actually, yeah, I'm gonna keep at 1, it's safe. But we see that if we change the eye too much, we might actually have to do the same for other. So maybe I'm thinking we might want to have another range there, so it would be incorrect, but we could use this to add. So this is very geometric thinking, right? Need to abstract a little, so because these meshes are a bit more, maybe not here, but yeah, maybe even here, whatever. This is very weird, but because this mesh is, it's like on the same level of this, not differently from this one. So in relation to the eye, I'm not sure about, yeah, so we're gonna assign them the same waves as, actually maybe just this up there, right? Yeah, and here this is much farther away, right? So what we're gonna do here is that we're gonna assign these ones to that. Alright, so that means that not sure that would happen anyhow, but we are, yeah, this seems to cause some problems, so maybe this is not a great idea in the end, but alright, maybe I'm overcomplicating here, so let's just remove this. It's more for the, and let's lock this stuff, right? Maybe we could have, yeah, just let's try a last resource here, which would be like we're gonna paint all these vertices here, same as this one, right? Even these ones for this, all around the ear, yeah, why not? Just in case, right? Okay, this is a vertex thing, it's not. And also for the, and also for the cheeks, the upper cheeks. So I think this is already taken. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So we're gonna go also here and pick this and this, and I think that's enough. No, let's also pick this. They are too close, and I think that's enough. So we're gonna assign this to this one, the 3, right? And without subdivision, and then Control X. Yeah, this is not pushing the ear, so something very weird is happening there. I don't know what it is, but anyways, let's reset here. Okay, so this seems to be more stable. Yes, this seems definitely to be more stable. So this is how we can solve this madness, right? So interesting way to get so little more, yeah, 3 more in 3 instead of 1, but okay. The reason, remember, the reason why we can't use the shrink wrap eyelids for this, because this is just the outside surface, and that will snap this complex mesh exactly as the eyelids, which you don't want surfing on top of the eye. So we need different one, and I think. And messing with the waves, there's that problem that the ratio is limited from 0 to 1, so we cannot stack 2 ratio for that. This can be done with bones in a more intuitive way, however. Bones can stack the deforms, right? Even if you have 0.000001 waves, the more you move the deformed bone, the more you get the more you move the mesh. So that's a trick. We can stack waves, and I don't know about stacking the waves from multiple shrink wrap. I have no idea. It will be an interesting experiment to do. Like, oh, this vertex group is affected. Yeah, like you got the idea. You have the same vertex groups multiple times. I think they won't stack. They would override what is below. So yeah, I guess that will how Blender would work with that. And so here basically what there is left. Let's turn off these masks. So here we can check that. Unfortunately, these eyelashes don't have the good texture. I have still the job to do some UV work here, image texture paint stuff. Why not start that now? There is this material which is actually gonna call it already see that we have missing stuff there. Yeah, we don't need any of those materials here, just let's not reuse this stuff here. Maybe this one we can reuse. No, not for the body anyways. So we're gonna... Oh, that was dangerous. You see, this is a new model. It will double stack the assets. Yeah, so anything that has marked asset here could cause problem, right? Like I need to take that off. Yeah, okay, these are not marked. So let's change here to... This should be linked, right? So it's Natashe's skin, right? Maybe I work on that now. Yeah, this should be linked, so we're gonna make a new one, so we're gonna just make a duplicate orange, I think, for her. Lipstick, whatever. Then things to be worked on. Then what? Yeah, I remember what I was looking for. So you need to look for this marked as asset stuff. Sclera. For the... Just don't know why it has this weird preview here. Anyways, yeah, so this should be linked, right? So we'll address that. No, right now let's fix this, because let's go through this sclera. Here we have two of them, of course. This one is there. Link the gums. This is not here, so it's fine. Tone gums. Arcade top. Okay, same thing. Here we're gonna that. Eyes, we have sclera, same thing. This also shouldn't be using this material. Eye coins, we have iris. We're gonna actually duplicate this, gonna call this Natashe, iris pupil. Then I'm not gonna assetize that yet, asset mark it. This will also gonna break their Natashe. Here is just the same, right? Okay, I think we've cleaned up everything for this one. So that I think took a lot of time. Let's see if there's what could be done next. Here maybe, yeah, the hair would be nice if we can solve it. Everything here, there's still this shrink wrap muzzle. Let's change this target. We don't have the face target yet, and we won't have it right now anyways. Checking if the targets are correct. Yes, okay. So there's the skin. No, I leave the texture for later, despite the fact it's tempting. We're gonna work with the hair. Mouth is... yeah, mouth should be easy, there's not too much difference here. Already we're gonna change this material here. So I'm gonna get it like... yeah, let's check here the shading. See what, yeah, there is this base color. We're gonna try to pick this one, and there's also another variable there, so here we could use, I don't know, I'm gonna even go to some green shading. Alright, so I'm gonna use the same technique, nothing too fancy here. It's just a mixed shader between a noise and... but we could change the scale, maybe. Yeah, let's do this. So that's a factor. And okay, that's it for now. If I have any other idea later, we're gonna fix. So the scalp, so she doesn't have this feature here, so we're gonna, thankfully, because this is very difficult to make, very annoying to make this particular mesh here. Maybe we just want to have a little thing here, so possibly we can keep some of these faces here. Here I think she'll have a longer hair in this part. All this might be different. So the scalp here has a mirror modifier. Her is different, so she has, I already know it is carved here in the middle. And we can hide this for now. We're gonna already get... oh, there's something here. We're gonna change the material. polygon shading again, so we have something. We got this color control V. So we got here for the material preview. No, it's not preview. It's not. It's there in the viewport display. So this is for workbench. Control C, Control V. I'm gonna change this to brighter color. Yes, so now on solid viewport we have this one. Okay, for now I'll use these colors, but we can reassess this later. Actually, she has. Maybe we can make this darker brown. Yeah, because there's already another character who has this goldish thing, so let's try. Yeah, still towards the greens, but much darker. Yeah, that's it. And here we're gonna maintain maybe this tint, yeah, but not too bright, so just okay, I think that could work. And then for here we're gonna maintain this, but we're gonna find for workbench we're gonna keep this this one inside. Okay. So we have a big mix of colors here, right? So yeah, whatever. Then we also can use this for the eyebrows, which already exist at the eyebrows. So let's just get these eyebrows meshed too. Yeah, but this requires the model sheet. It's not ready. Let's see the target. The target shrink wrap. We don't have the proper target for this. It's already waiting for it. It's not using this yet. And this is, yeah, it's the same. So material already set. Okay, but we just adjusted the. Okay, we can also use the technique here. It's just for basic stuff here. Snap. There we go. We're gonna change that later. Alright, let's get this scalp here. So basically not clipping. This topology is probably bad, so we'll see. As I need some change, I'll do it. Anyways, it's usually has to follow the shape of the head, so here some proportional editing should probably help. It looks like I'll have some to bevel this one in particular, because I want to have this distinction here. So this is a new feature. It's the opposite. So in the back maybe it's not that salient. As it starts to reorganize, right? Looks like the mirror is not clipping. No, it is clipping. Okay, so you have some strange behaviors there. Yeah, this is just the model sheet. Okay. So you see, this shouldn't be taking this, I think, has snapped. It's dead. No, we saved it. So let's what's happening to this? I'm not looking too much at the model right now. I'm just trying to remember to see what I can achieve from memory here, and directly trying to achieve on 3D. But here we will have to soon employ. This is the front. Yeah, this is the front. This shape might be difficult to get. These seams are mostly useless. They are more for organization. Here I think I can delete this thing. It's a nightmare to do this. And here we can probably would like to smooth this, move this to the front. Here we're gonna get more views, otherwise this will be very difficult. Yeah, smoothing this will help very much. I think this maybe this is much more forward than I thought. This part is not looking good. Probably need some more radical creases here, particularly for all this maybe. So Shift E 0.3. I'm gonna add, yeah. Looks weird, yeah. Never done this. We'll have to find some way to do this. Probably with some more. Okay, let's try to do this like 8. More square, but then doesn't seem to be very nice also. here it will be very different anyways. That part needs some special attention. Yeah, so basically I think this part, maybe we could get this to 7 GY, maybe protrude this a little inside, a little more crease here. Topology, we could make some adjustments also, that could help. And from the top view we might see that this is not presenting the good curvature already, so this we can try to fix here. These distancings are terrible. And here this should be simpler to solve, yeah. More rounded here. Yeah, this is more interesting, but it's still not looking very nice. Let's see, according to the model, maybe I need more volume on her, the top of her scalp. Feels like indeed I might have, even from the model sheet, I think it's not good enough. Here is too squarey, so we're gonna maintain this organization here. Here it's too much. Yeah, so I'm gonna use the proportional editing. Yeah, so first I'm gonna try to fix these particular shapes here. I want the forehead to be apparent for her. Yeah, so this is starting to work now. And then for this very annoying thing, we just take off the, say this until here, GZ, and there we go. GZ, GY, and smooth, so go very in depth there. Here I'm not totally sure. Okay, maybe this goes back a little. Oh, I see, this is like, okay, maybe we keep this. Alright, maybe this should actually GG. Let's try something more like this. No. So maybe this needs to be GZ, maybe a more gradual, a more subtle gradation here, and so these ones might be a bit higher, and yeah. Still not satisfied. I might be looking at some reference or this kind of here, or just check make more drawings. It's clear that the geometry is a bit not need more work here, more our developments. Not the topology so much, the geometry, which is just still not okay. Then we, of course, it will be better with this big mesh, which is very representative of her style. So let's try just to get these shapes correct here for the topology here. This is the part of the hair that goes above the ear. And there's the last one. Yeah, let's organize these ones. What this is doing, this is behind the ear, right? Apparently at this point this is not very important, as long as we get proper things that go inside the head. I think it will be this one. Now it starts to get very confusing. So we're gonna get rid of these meshes here. No, not this. There's this, then here the same is very messy, we don't need that. This face we can delete entirely. Yeah, we can dissolve all that. GG, we can J here. So we're gonna join here. Yeah, mix, merge in the mirror. Alright, then we have this. I wouldn't like to delete this because it helps. It would help for some organization, but I think I don't have much choice. Oh, we are using a triangle here. Interesting, for collapsing. Yeah, but then we are dealt with a different problem here. So let's delete this face. So yeah, instead I think I'm gonna do this by just having this face there, and this will be the go inside the head, behind the ear and all that. So we're gonna have okay, so some portion of this will go she has a totally forgot. She has got a necklace, not a necklace, some sort of accessory on the forehead. It will affect the shape of the hair. Yeah, so we need a new topology here. Yeah. So we're gonna try to get it from here. yeah, I have to find a way to cut this into there. I think I'm just missing something in the model sheet. No, they are all visible, so okay, let's hide the eye stuff. There. So I'm not being able to see it here. We need the wireframe. There we see it. Okay, we see it very well. So I'm gonna readjust precisely this. So this will be imperative for this here. It will totally affect the geometry and the topology in this particular case. I'm gonna this here. Alright, so we're gonna bevel this again. Ah, it's matching exactly there. Okay, and we're gonna shift one this. So now we completely know where it is, and we're gonna could be part of the geometry up there here, but no, we're gonna just try to mark it in a very precise way. So here, yeah, probably still need something like this. So this is like still hair, but it's like hair that is already affected by this geometry. What we can do is just now start to pull the geometry in this way, yeah. And now things will start to make sense, yeah. So this part already starts to, all that division in the center starts already to reorganize for that particular shape there. Yes, good. Okay, then we need to return here. Slowly, as it is in art, and especially CG art, maybe. Yeah, some types of 2D art are also extremely time consuming. It's not something of, it's something of about human creation, especially art and some types of art. So very slow process. Not that slow, it could be much worse, but steadily. Eventually we're starting to get good shapes at this point. Starts to looking interesting. So here we need to respect the requirements of the hair. So you see here this will be inside the head. So here is where the topology is a bit tricky because you have to get one part of the hair to go down, right? And another one to wrap inside itself to close, right? So actually this is not super complicated, but it's tricky, right? Certainly it's tricky to work with because all the meshes are annoying. We can't see properly through its if we hide the model we just don't see anything. We don't see the reference. You can use wire for the model, maybe that could help. Let's see. Also this grease pencil right now not helping. Also some mesh here not helping. What is this? Apparently you have some very, I don't know what happens here. Maybe okay, let's try to do some Control Z here. Okay, never mind. I don't know what caused this, so let's use proportional editing. No, that was clipping. This is very dangerous. Yeah, so yeah, so this is a disaster. But it was just for that part there, so probably I validated some wrong transform. Alright, turn off this thing. Let's reorganize. It's rare that this happened. Really don't know what happened. I didn't see what happened. I believe I might have been editing on one axis and then I used the other axis, and because I wasn't looking at the big picture I just validated thinking that I was doing the correct transform and the proper orientation, but it was actually very disruptive. I might have achieved what one of the axis orientation positions, but at the expense of everything else and whatever. So here, let's go back here. So as I was mentioning here, we need to, oh, I got it. So it was proportional editing with the mirror. So I was clipping and pushing and then the pushing to the outside, and then the mesh was pushed outside with proportion, to be even worse with proportional editing. Alright, so here I think we can mark seam, and so you see we have this range. So this is the mesh that will intersect, but now the head, the skull, but here we'll have to make some work here to make this smoother. So not, we could have a triangle there I think, but we'll see if that is really necessary. maybe it's not necessary because we can just try to mix, yeah, like let's dissolve this to start with. Dissolve this, make this loop cut here, J, then this maybe K cut here until there. Yeah, so here we see, start to get precisely this organization. This, I think this is wrong. We don't need this to be continuing here, but what's the edge crease of this? 0.8. Yeah, we don't need this, but maybe it's not too bad. Let's see. And so what about this? 0.3, 0.3, 0.0, 0, 0. And so yeah, let's just clear these ones from this stuff. This seems to be very incorrect, so Shift E 0 negative, yeah, Shift E -1, Shift E 0.3. Okay, they are matching all the rest. These are correct. Okay. Same thing here. We don't want. Alright, so here would need no more the scalp but the ponytail because of the physics. Well, well, this could be the same of the ponytail. Yeah, we could, it depends. We will keep it together for now. So see that we have dissolve this, right? Okay, let's see the worst parts. Yeah, the worst parts was, for me the worst part is near the ear. This part here is more complicated. And also all this when the hair connects with the face and it needs to and we see, when we may see what's happening. Yeah, this is the best, the worst, the evil part of doing this. So here we're gonna extrude here and gonna merge this, and then we shift to 0.3, and then also this, shift to 0.3. Alright, then as for the seams of this, just to know, yeah, all the surrounding, that's it. It's just for marking those things. So if I'm gonna UV unwrap this, then of course we can rework on that. And now let's get back to the grease pencil. Let's make some more adjustments here. It's a bit chaotic, but it's fine. It's just hair. We could do much better developments here if I had more ideas and more time for dedication, essentially, for this. But I think we can do enough with this. And here, apparently, I'm not satisfied with with this, so I'm gonna dissolve this, and I'm just gonna J connect here, so you got a simplified version of this. So I'm gonna smooth, shrink this, scale down, right? GX, we want to have those vertices more like here, yeah, so you got to start to getting here. I'm not sure how this will, yeah, maybe we just need to change this, yeah, like this. Alright, so apparently here we'll have actually yeah, we'll end up having we'll just end up having a different mesh, because there will be this thing that will separate. But I think the ponytail, yeah, still can be on the same mesh object. I'm not doing cloth physics here, I'm doing so Shift D here. Here we can have a seam. Marked seam, so here we're gonna Control Alt middle left mouse button, Shift E 0.3, alright. Then yeah, we cannot bevel this edges thing, unfortunately. That doesn't work. So here for this ponytail, oh, we see the sides here. There's still bad results here. We'll try to turn off proportional editing. I didn't see that, so there's more to this here. The sides needs to be more voluminous here. I think it's the back part actually, not exactly the front, right? So you have like, yeah, behind the ear, like it will be more, start to have more volume here. You need to pay attention because of clippings, unwanted clippings, of course. Some of the clippings are desired. Here it will be a nightmare to find the right positions. So here is where, yeah, we see. Oh wait, no, okay, this is the bang here, and then we have this other thing that, let's see. Yeah, this shape here, yeah. So from the front perspective, yeah, let's start to work here. We pick these side ones. Looks like we're missing some subdivisions here, but we can, maybe we can work with this. So about here, yeah, about here, then it will means also these parts we would like to GX, GX, GX scale. Oh yes, now that makes maybe even more to the side this. Yeah, now this seems good. As for this one, more developments here to the side. Yeah, yes, now this follows that curvature. Yes, what about here? This not following, a little more here. So we're using this as this reference for and then here, yeah, this is a more 3/4 view sort of. So here we see of course more, so maybe here it's slightly, yeah, maybe it was here, maybe this is slightly exaggerated, but we see from the silhouette from behind it's not too bad. Can work, can work. Her volumos here remembers me, I don't know, some Disney and female character, like in Aladdin, the princess, yes, which her name, beautiful, Jasmine, right, Jasmine. So here we got, I have a character named Jasmine also. It's Nixu, but one of her first fantasy names was Jasmine. Jasmine with E in the end. Okay, where's the smooth? Okay, here. Alright, as for this, it's super simple, right? Extrude. We even maintain the same topology. Let's see, is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, we have a middle one, so this is the center, and that is good. So here we just need some, yeah, we need this side reference. That will be the best thing. Just the hair. Scale this. This is horrible. Still must be attention with clipping here. But this mesh is simple, so if it clips, it's not a big deal. So here we can SC0, rotate here, that's fine. Shift E 0.3, or we can just, yeah, let's hide here. Let's take off all the edge crease for now. I'm not gonna collapse the, I think this amount of geometry is fair enough. Yeah, also her hair is sort of rounded, but could we simplify? Like, we could try. Shade smooth. Might work, right? So I'm gonna do this, and if I need, then I do more. So for the finish part, we're gonna just merge at center, and then we make sure this is snapping to the, then make sure all this is snapping. Yeah. Can't use proportional editing with the clipping, otherwise you'll start up clipping everything or do what I did before. So let's turn this, here we are free to go, and sometimes you need to fix clipping, like clip some verses that are on the wrong place, then to the left and then to the right, or vice versa. Rare, but that's not so rare, but those things happen sometimes. So here we just need now to reposition these vertices, scale here, scale here, scale here, this one also GG, no, maybe here is better, and then here, just to have a bit more of motion from here if we need some more distortion, right? So this seems very clean geometry for this ponytail already, so I think we are, so now only for this character, only the bangs and the accessory, but the accessory I'll be doing, this accessory I'll probably be doing later when we go for the cloths, although it will be it would help to shape the hair, but never mind, I don't want to be doing this cloth thing, right? It's not in my plans to have doing cloth right now. So I think, yeah, something weird about what's happening here. Of course we need to Shift E, Shift G 0.3, there we go, but still not good. Okay, so in a case like this, we could get this subdivision to here, right? Now it's even more we want. Wait, what's going on? Okay, so something is happening to this here. It has an armature modifier. Okay, so use creases. I don't see what's happening here. Just losing a lot of volume when I go to object mode for no reason. Oh yeah, let's say that lack of geometry, of course. So okay, so I've just added this, and there we go. But I'm not satisfied with these positions here. Yeah, I sort of want them a little closer here, yeah. this is dangerous. So anyways, we got for the hair is, I think it's not so critical. And voila, so here we got yeah, now I still have the bang. Let's put her eyes in place. Maybe I have to fix something about her muzzle, I'm not sure. Anyways, let's go for this. So this would be mirrored in this particular case. We can mirror X global. Let's see if that got inverted. Yes, so Alt N, flip. Okay, of course this is not, so we're gonna use the let's use proportional editing here and try to okay, so it's a bit hard to look at the model sheet here with this setup. So I'm gonna place this as wire. Gonna hide this. Yeah, hide the eyes, hide mouth. Okay, the problem is that wireframe, looking at wireframe will... Okay, what's the problem? What's going crazy here? We don't want overlays wireframe. Okay, we don't have it, so... But now you're seeing the wire, but it's invisible. So here we should be able to look at the... Yeah, we see, very clear. Yeah, the bank is right there. Of course, this is super distorted, yeah, but we can fix it. So you see, we can use the same hair bang from Dorothy. It's just the same trick. Totally works. Maybe we'll have, yeah, probably need some more subdivisions here. So this is easy, bevel. I don't know how many. Here would like to be using maybe this one. Now let's start with this one and see what we can achieve. What is this? This is Dorothy's ponytail, so we don't need this object here. We're gonna delete. So we're gonna also mirror, and we're gonna get without clipping, without merge. There we go. And this is the starting triangle of this approach. So this will go yeah, so this, her hair here, her bangs is very special. Nothing too different from anime, you know, or some other character designs, it basically goes up, and I think, yeah, this needs to be larger maybe. I never did this kind of hair in 3D, so there will be something like this, right? But something missing. This vertex, yeah, this one, okay. And then we have this face loop needs to go. It's all warped around, very crazy. Okay, need to reorganize this slowly. Maybe this particular bundle needs to have one more maybe it will require another face loop, because it's just a triangle here at this complicated joint part. It just breaks, if I'm understanding this correctly. Now this is all warped around, so this is one of the reasons this is not working. This is behind, this goes forward. Okay, let's also spread this. No, wrong selection. GG, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, it looks like still want to try to do this with 3. Okay, some faces here are completely yeah, this loop is completely breaking the system. Not completely, but it's hard to. Maybe I need another. So now this can be rotated more radically. So this, yeah. So you see, with this amount of geometry, maybe it's the reason it's too easy to lose volume. It auto collapse, right? But so far, it seems plausible. This part is still a problem. Maybe it should be a yeah, it's complicated. Maybe should be created by the yeah, maybe I should merge that topology thing, right? Because this is just although it's not, if depending on the case, it's not too bad, right? What's happening to this one? GY, let's bring it to the very back. Alright. Slightly exaggerated. Okay, but at least it's getting more organized, right? This is starting to make sense, but again I have lost the reference here, so it is too tall, right? But also the hair, yeah, I've made the hair bigger and it sort of works. So let's see from the side view, same thing, right? It's no, actually, strangely enough, we got okay, here we have a good reference that I probably forgot this, or it was not the moment for this. We're gonna try to align this here. This will wrap around this mesh again, which will be very complicated. In the beginning, right, you see, but we eventually will be able to get this right. What's happening here? Okay, so what's happening is that we need to GG. Let's alright, so you see that here we could rotate this to the sides. This thing needs to go down. Yeah, so I'm persisting in this idea of maintaining this with just this amount of 3 face loops, right? And if I can't, if unrigging, unposing, and start to get too crazy, then okay, let's add one extra, and that should solve everything. The other banks that have just 3 face loops have been working on the case of Dorothy. A bit like this one, but this one is a more elongated one, so this is why it's a bit more complicated. So let's see how it is faring. It seems to be, yeah, it's a bit too big in relation to the model sheet, but it looks appealing nonetheless, so we can probably get this here. I think bevel here again, that should help also these problems. We can try to smooth scale again. So alright, here the front part, I'm gonna push this but we can't lose the sight of this. We want to be able to see the lower part here from the front view. Here is not clipping the mirror modifier, so it's safe to work like that. Yeah, we're almost there, so probably need this one is sort of flattened, right? So this is horrible. Ah, yeah, so finally. So this face loop here, which is facing now, it's this whole loop thing, half loop, and then it starts to work better. So we're gonna try to rotate this to just get this thing more aligned. And here apparently we're starting to get the desired shape. So here we can now start to exaggerate because the mesh is more organized now. So a lot of the problem was actually just to have this face loop organized, something like that. Of course now this is flat, it's horrible. Let's flatten. So now this is a good practice. And that's why it's good to have to keep the mesh simple. The more geometry, the more tendency to become super hyper complicated unnecessarily, right? Now we see this actually, we can pull this thing back. And here is the problem, right? Is because I probably for drawing it might work, but for the 3D model, this with this amount of geometry, this is a nightmare. So I probably need to make these rolls here of this mesh so we can get the volume appropriated on specific locations like here, so you can get the good redistribution of waves of volume in the right positions, right? But it's still quite complicated, right? Here we see where it starts to lose volume here, which is bad. And here regarding the yeah, but she's looking cool. We can probably move this all forward, why not? So here something about this part is clipping. So this is just the side. We need to maybe just do this. Won't be sufficient, so we can just manually adjust here. So here I might disrespect a little the model sheet because the shapes of the 3D shapes, right, are just not helping. So you need to respect the 3D shape. So it's part of the adaptation. You might have to give up on certain ideas and bring up new ideas, like 3D shape ideas. So may lose some interesting things, but we gain others. Sometimes we can make another kind of strategy that was used in Bell animation, with morph shape keys, but technically, yeah, for impossible character designs, right? 2D to 3D adaptation. Then we can make the morph, the shape key, or some transformation occur on the mesh based on the camera angle in relation to the head. So it's a dual relationistic setup. It's not too difficult to implement. I have a prototype, and then you can sort of make even impossible model sheets. Probably we don't see in real time, maybe if we pose, of course, the frame by frame, but we might not perceive that the face is morphing. In my case, I've dedicated so much to the perfectioning of the model sheet, making even my model sheet adapted in a way that it feels good on 2D and it works better for 3D. So I'm not in a way that I don't need this, but it could, if I use, of course, I could spare a lot of time, or maybe not, because it's also works a load of work to do that, but it frees us from impossible character designs. Problematic. The problem is that, yeah, so what I did, back and forth corrections, I found out it was good, because I found out that my character design could be adapted for 3D purpose, and I could like what I would be doing in 3D instead of like trying to mimic the 3D entirely, and which is a fair occupation. Like it's a fair concern. I want my model sheet to be exactly or very precise regarding to 3D, the 3D reference. Yes, so I started like that, but at some point when I realized, oh, this is impossible character design, well, then there was the automorph camera keys thing, and then I've learned how to make the prototype, but then at the same time I was starting to like how my 3D version of stylized characters were looking in Blender in 3D, and hey, do I really need to do this stuff? So at this point I don't need it. Even in a character design that would be very hard to make, like this one, with precision. So I'm giving up certain aspects of the 2D, but I'm gaining something in exchange, which is also good, which is the 3D cartooning aspects of the characters. So as you can see, with the hair, she starts to become funnier or more interesting. And of course there are materials lacking. We have a lot of, some angles are better than others. The front view is a bit weird, so I think this is because of the eyes, they're too close together, and something about the muzzle, yeah, a lot of things that I could improve, but probably the profile is good, but this is not working for the front. I already mentioned the possible problems. Let's see we could actually compare. Let's make some comparison here. Alt G. Yeah, so apparently we really need to have let's hide the model sheet here. Yeah, her muzzle, maybe it's exaggerated. her neck is too thick. I've exaggerated that. Oops, yeah, I have fixed some problems here. Bad editing. Alright, so maybe chin too low. Also, this is not the proper height. Yeah, let's compare them like here. Okay, this eyes don't help. We can measure, right? Yeah. So this will be like 0.38. Oh yeah. So this is one of the problems. So from the model sheet, I think I did that. This is one of the issues. The chin being too large, yeah, the muzzle being too large is also maybe a little inadequate. Creepy looking. Okay, of the eyes looking down. So here probably can yeah, this is actually easy to fix. We're going to hide, oh no, that's not so easy. Okay, I'm gonna just move many of these verts to the side altogether without snapping. Let's measure this again. Without snapping. Why this is not? Yeah, it seems to be maybe even a little more. Okay. That will affect both sides at once, so okay, I think we can accept this. Now we start to snap, we don't want the eyelashes. Hide that. We don't want this, hide this. So now it's simple. We go on here, we select this, and we deselect all that. Actually, let's skip this. Now by vertex here, and then we use the snap here, and G, there we go. Then for some reason this mesh also seems to have been disrupted, so G, there we go. Now that should be a little better. Yes, this is kind of better, but I'm still not convinced. There are many other things that this character would need to look according to the model sheet. So maybe this is case, because I've never, I can Okay, so there's those things. Never mind. I can delete them from the from the Blender thing, I guess. I just don't even know where they would be. Okay, so apparently there is a big problem here with oh, it's snapping. Very dangerous. I don't know how complicated this adjustment might be. I was glad that it was starting to work apparently, but because this character is a bit different, this is a sort of a new challenge. Yeah, so see that still, yeah, she's looking better, but something seems off to me. Then front view, yes, the chin, right? So this thing probably we need to read. It's too large, it's too low. Also, we're going to might be some issues here. No, what a minute. Never mind. Something is. Oh, it's the other characters are okay. Yeah, so we need to readdress. This is okay, but here it's not so much okay. So the muzzle might be just too large. So here what we could do is really, yeah, isolate the isolate this mesh. We could hide the hair to facilitate everything here. Yeah, we're gonna try this. We are gonna hide some vertices here around the mouth. I'm gonna start by getting this more here. We're gonna try to, so by making it less pointier and not necessarily more roundish, but by changing the angle here, we immediately can make it shorter. And then here we can, oh, this is very dangerous. Okay, we don't want this affected, so we want to make the more rounded eye there. So we want to have this little more point here. Move this up. Yeah, we want to have also sharp, slightly sharper here. And scale this bit like this. This is still the limit, alright. Alt H, let's see now. Yeah, we got some problem with the face. Let's see the profile. The profile, I think, for nose it's not exactly like that. We need to. This profile I have to revise it alongside the model sheet. Her nose is a little more realistic than that of Dorothy, another from this style, so it's more, less anime and more yeah, something more like here, right? Maybe I'll need not a point here, but yeah, something to consider. More volume on the tip of the nose, yeah. Maybe more geometry here, even. Yeah, many things that require some adjustments. Maybe not so much inclined, but more like here. So here I'm a bit off from the model sheet, but I might have to make more attempts here for this particular adaptation, right? So, and it should be something that will work then for the rest of her face. So it's a complex problem, and I think we are almost there. So it is annoying because it's unclear how much things need to be achieved or tweaked and where exactly in order to the good, not a good result or acceptable result for me might come from different parts of the model, right? So it's not trivial. Here it looks like that we have we don't have the anatomic lips yet, so these lips will have to be completely reworked anyways. No, they're almost good, but we'll have to make some fixes here. The important here is that this mesh is aligned with the face normal, or I got the idea, right? We want this to be flat here, because we create the anatomy with anatomic shape keys, anatomic lips shape keys. So it's a special technique that I've been employing for many things. Like, yeah, it works, it stacks, it works on top of the reverse epistemic-gnomes setup. It works for eyelashes, stylized eyelashes here. this is the rest position, the basis, but then we have anatomic eyelashes, which are this one. So the skinning algorithm, the skinning method, the armature modifier will respect this rest position and not this. So if we had this mesh there, it will be very unpredictable. The deforms could be very frustrating. Without, even with bones, it's complicated to make some sort of automation, but it's doable. But with the mesh like this, it's a very regular geometry in comparison to the other around. If this was the rest position, which is not, it is this. So this is just a shape key, and so it will be built, these shapes will be built on top of a deformed regular geometry, which in this case is much better to maintain control of this eyelids mesh, eyelashes mesh. That's it. So yes, so folks, for today, yeah, there will still be the let's see, yeah, still a lot of things to do, but this is already some good improvement. So her shape on the face starts to look better and better. Probably here the positioning of the mouth, I messed it up. Maybe it should be more to the bottom. So here you can probably do something like attempt some attention here. It was locked, so fortunately I wasn't able to destroy it. The shape key. Very annoying things to fix, so let's go back, push back this thing, and yes, this is looking better. And also it looks like her mouth is a bit too big, right? So it doesn't need such a big mouth. And let's make this, because there is an angle here from the bottom, which then the lips will be sort of straight like this. But if you look from the front, total front, they will be sort of smiling like this. And here, so it's about more smoothing these faces. Here we, yeah, then this anatomic setup, we'll have to find a good positioning for these vertices, but in principle something like this. Maybe too much mesh here to handle, but more than I would like to, probably. But the muzzle is big, so these curvatures matter for the precision. So I think I cannot skip that. If I ended up having this amount of faces here, is for a good reason. Although probably it would be beneficial to have just a more closer to the lips, right? Or just having this thing a little with a little better redistribution, right? Yes. I think there's here we could try to use some relaxation technique, right? From ensure we can't be smoothing this all the time, or we might end up losing the original shape according to a model sheet. So we can't be doing this like crazily. We need to be very careful. So this is why once we get a proper shape, then we need to make it an approximate, like a backup, right? So you can easily shrink wrap again and apply the shrink wrap to this to certain regions, like so we can recover these shapes. I guess a backup could be achieved with a shape key, right? Then we propagate to shapes. No, we propagate. No, we not propagate. We blend from shape to the basis, but only that it was corrected. Yeah, interesting purpose. Never thought about it. Sounds feasible, but less reliable, I think. More dangerous because the shape keys are very susceptible to change, to be messed up, in other words. While in the case of a new mesh object, it's usually very safe to have just leave it somewhere. It will not change really on its own. Alright, and then that seems to be so. Let's compare both of them once more. Except that, yeah, I've already positioned this. Yeah, I think it's looking nice. It's just no, she's got the suit from okay, so meet then Natashe, Kacey, so it's Dorothy's. Yeah, this is EV, by the way. It's pure EV, doesn't work. I work, but it's not. This setup here is meant to be used with compositing, so pure EV is not good for me. I've seen some artists using this very well, but for me, I would need more investigation on pure EV renders for this cartoony stuff. I've been seeing some. No, this would be a repetition. What I mean is that I would prefer to wait, because I'm very satisfied, or the main frustration of I have with the current method that I use for compositing rendering is the dual compositing or multi-compositing using Workbench and EV. The main complaint I have is that it's slowly and it's tricky, but otherwise the results, it grants results that are just complicated in current EV. Although we can have some interesting, right? It's not horrible. Sometimes the texture, they are somewhat preserved despite the lighting. But with a Workbench, the results tends to be more substantial, more cartoony, more. It's easier to get cooler effects. Yeah, I might say she just kind of hot. So, and that's part of her character design also. But anyways, we gonna end for now, folks. So thanks for watching. Tomorrow we'll continue this character probably, and we're gonna go for the cloths and the texture if I can, the materials, because yeah, she's going well. And then finally the rig, which she has got all the same waves from Dorothy, but for the face I'll have to probably make some critical adjustments, but that will be even later on. Will take probably a few weeks to complete her entirely, but in what regards the meshes, right, the assets, everything, that should be much faster. This is a question of a few days. So folks, again, thanks for watching, take care and happy blending, have a nice week, see you soon, and good luck in your projects. See you around.